basically what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to use my other OBS to create some video clips of games that we've been working on. So I'll start with the RPG Maker ones, I guess. This is weird that this broke. I'm probably going to fix this too before. But if you look at my itch page, the embeds for the Steam. I'm going to actually go look at that real quick. Has anybody been talking about this? It's also broken on my website, which is no bueno. Makes me look really bad. See? Broken. Broken. We'll give it a day. Maybe it'll just fix itself. I don't know. See, look, if I come to the store and I create the embed page, I create the widget, it doesn't work either. So I'm assuming it's just in, maybe it might not be the case in other browsers. Nope. Yeah, it doesn't work in, what the hell, Steam? So lame. Surprised more people aren't talking about it. They don't have any embeds. I was hoping they would. Who else has a Steam game that I know? So I don't want to scan. Now I need some music for this.
When seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey.
using Mixamo. So you can just make a free account, head over to animations, and then I'm going to search for locomotion, which will give me an idle and a walking animation. It'll give me a few more too, but I'm only going to be using those. So let's go with basic locomotion, and then I'll hit download. FBX for Unity, and then you can leave everything else as it is and hit download. Then back in Unity, I've already taken out the animations and put them into this animations folder here. So we've got the actual model itself here, the bot, and then all the other animations are here. So we've got walking, idle, and jump. For some reason, it's replaced the first letter with underscore in each of them, but you can see what the animation is down here by hitting play. And if I was to just go drop this into
just
the
to
scene,
disable it, dude.
you see we have the player here.
Right? That's why it has
Now
the
I'm
underscore.
going to want to make a prefab out of this to spawn in for each of the players. So I'll head to a prefabs folder and I'll drag that in as an original prefab and then get rid of it from the scene. Let's rename the prefab player and then I'll open that up. I'll compact the hierarchy and I'll reset the transform. And now we want to start adding some components. So first of all, I'm going to actually double the scale because in the scene that I've got here, they're pretty small if they're at scale 1, so I've just put it up to 2. And then this will be a networked object, so let's add the network identity component. We'll be writing some movement logic, so we want to sync the transform. So let's add a network transform component, and we'll give it client authority for the sake of this video. So whoever owns this player is able to move it on their client side, and then it'll tell the server, and the server will sync it to everyone else. We're going to need a character controller, so let's add that, and we'll put it up to a height of 1, and then we'll shrink the radius to be about 0.3. And then we need some code for the movement. So over in the scripts folder, I've made a script called player movement. It's currently empty, so let's attach it to the player and open it up in Visual Studio. So we're going to need this to be a network behavior because we want to actually make sure that only the owner will run the movement code. And then
hey, welcome,
what we'll
Dividend
we'll
Reigns. Thank you
for
for the follow.
references, and I'll add reference to the character controller so we can move it. I'll call it controller. I'll then want some settings for the move speed, so we'll add a header for settings, and we'll add a float for the movement speed, and we'll default it to 5. And then for the movement logic, you can do it really however you like. I'll be doing a really simple implementation, so I'll just be using the update method, and I'll add the client callback attribute, which just means that if we're running a build as a server, it just won't run this update method, but the clients should run it. And then the clients will check if they don't have authority over this player, then just return there's no point trying to move it. Now, rather than setting up an input action map and adding all the key bindings and then adding the events, rather than doing all that, just for this simple example, I'll make a movement vector. So movement equals new vector 3. And then for here, I'll just say if keyboard dot current dot W key is pressed. So if they're holding down the W key, then the movement for this frame on the Z axis should be 1 or plus equals 1. And then what we'll say is we'll copy paste this 3 more times, and we'll say W key, so this is S key. And then we'll say over here the A key, and then finally the D key. And on the Z axis, if they press S, well, minus equals 1. So if they press both, they just don't move anywhere. And then we need these to both be on the X axes. And if they press A, it's to go left, so we minus. And if it's D, it's to go right, so we plus. So that's a quick and dirty way to get the movement working.
If you have questions about any of this stuff, I kind of get what he's doing.
Move, and we'll pass in the movement times by our
using
movement
vectors
speed,
to set up
and then
his
times
movement.
by time.delta time,
setting
so
it up with
frame rate
WAST.
independent. And then we want to rotate the player to face the direction they're moving in. So we could say here, transform.rotation equals, and then there's a built-in thing called quaternion.look rotation, and it'll give you a rotation that faces a certain vector. So if we just say rotate to face and then the direction we're moving in, which is movement, then that will work. The problem is if we don't move on a particular frame, then it will just snap back to 0, 0, 0, and that's not what we want.
Like my game would be a little bit different because I'm not doing a first person or even a third person game. It's not 3D, it's 2D, so it's just top down. Tickling Unity again? Yeah, dude, you know, I want to get like So Playfab's integration with Mirror has really come a long ways. And I basically want to set it up so you can just log into my game and it requires an email. Like that's what I want to get to. I want to get to that point. And Playfab also now released a new free version to test your game in. So what I want to do is I want to have like a super crazy alpha out. By super crazy, I mean like super low key alpha. And I want to make it so people can just log in and run around and punch stuff and then, and log back out. And that way, when people come into my stream, I'll just be like, hey, go play this game or that game. Kind of what I feel like now I don't really have enough of is things to send people to, And Familia is good for that, but Familia is still a premium game. So I eventually want to have a demo version of Familia just so I can be like, go play. And hold on. Sorry, my boss. No. I'm not going to make Familia in Unity. What I am going to do is I'm going to use the running sprites and redo some of the maps and just do it from the part where you first get Coco to the part where you kill Slitherdice. And I'm going to make it like a short game that you can download on itch, like a demo. And I'm going to add a lot of the things that I want to add, meaning like, change the environment enough to match the taller sprites, and then I'm going to actually add the taller sprites and do all that. I might even make it so you can go into the town. Hold on, I got to send an email.
So we only want to do it if a certain condition is met. So let's just make this if statement. So the condition is going to check, are we actually moving? In that case, then rotate. Otherwise, if we're still, then don't. So we could say if controller.velocity.magnitude is greater than 0, then do it. But the problem with this is that if you have then the slightest movement where the velocity is like 0.001, then you'd start rotating and it would just be weird. So you want some value here that is small, but not too small. So I'm going to go with 0.2f.
So this is just controlling how
so let's give it a test. If I
fast
head
you
back
move,
into
basically.
Unity,
That's what
let's
magnitude
go over to the
is.
prefab, and we need to hook in the character controller. So let's drag that in. And then we need to tell the network manager, which is just set up like a default network manager, we need to tell it to spawn in this player prefab whenever a client connects. So let's hit play and see what happens. So if I hit host and move the player over here, you see the movement does work and the player does rotate to the direction they are moving in. And then if I go over to this built client and join, we see both the players here. And if they move around, we do see them moving around and rotating. But it looks pretty weird with the characters just T-posing everywhere. So what if you want to add animation and you want to sync it over the network? So
okay, so I'm going to talk about this just to help myself. But he didn't. So the way that is now is it's showing for one of the clients, but it's not showing for both because it's not going back to the network and telling the other person that you're moving. It's similar in the game build that I have so far, where if you can make the other person punch or you can punch, but you can't. I don't know. It's just like there's basically 3 components when you have a multi-game, at least 2, but in my case 3. There's like a server and the player and a player, right? And then that's obviously as many players as you have. There's that many components. But you have to make it so not only do you make the player make an action, but you have to make it so it shows that action on the other player. And what you have to tell the engine to do based on where the other player is different from what you tell the player to do if they are the player. So that's kind of a pretty shitty way to explain it, but it's that's the truth.
We should go to the player prefab and we can add on the animator component. And with this, we then need an animator controller, which is the state machine for telling the player how to move between the different states. So let's go to animations and let's make a controller. Right click, create animator controller, and we'll call it controller underscore player, something like that. And in here, if we open up the animator window, which is window animation animator, control 6. Oh, sorry, not control 6, it's just animator here. We can then drag in the different animations that we downloaded for the player. So if we drag in the idle animation, and in here it's called mixmo.com, so let's rename it to be idle. And then we'll also drag in the walking, and call it walking. Now, there are other ways to do this kind of thing. You can use a blend tree, but that's getting a little bit more advanced. So just for this simple demo, we'll have these two states, and we'll transition between the two.
It's
and
interesting.
For these transitions, we need to add a condition.
Like for this specific thing, it's actually easier to do with 3D than it is with 2D, because 2D, you have to make a different image based on the direction the person is facing, where in this, you just have to make it turn the 3D model. So it's actually much easier to set up the movement in 3D.
So for this, I'm going to use a bool. So we'll add a new parameter here, bool, and I'll call it is walking. Now it's false
Boolean means it's 0 or 1, right?
by default, but it can become true. And we're going to say
False or
here,
true,
to go
I
from
guess.
idle to walking, is walking needs to be true. And to go from walking to is idle, is walking needs to be false. You can tweak around with these transitions. So we can say, for example, they don't have exit time, and the transition duration, so they kind of overlap to smoothly sync between the states. Maybe you want to tweak this. So I'm going to go with, let's say, 0.1 and turn off X time on the other. Transition duration 0.1. So now we've got this set up, we can move between the animations. But there's a little bit more we need to actually do, because if we go to this idle animation, you'll see over here on the side, it doesn't have loop time, which means that when the animation ends, it just freezes rather than looping back to the start. So we can check loop time. And we can also check loop pose to make it blend seamlessly. That sounds pretty good, so let's apply those both. And then we want to do the same for the walking. So if I click walking, let's tick them both and hit apply. All we need to do now is change this bool in code. So go back to our script. We need to add reference to an animator. So serialize field private animator equals null. Now if we go to the bottom of our script, or the bottom of the update, we want to say here, let's say on the animator, we'll set a bool. The bool is walking, that's what we called it. And then the actual value is basically the same as this, whether the velocity magnitude is greater than 0.2. So what this will do now is say, is walking bool will be true if this condition is met, and it'll be false if it isn't met. Now we haven't quite done, because if we go back into Unity, go over to our player, and hook in the animator here, and then hook in the controller here, so we called it controller underscore player. If we were to hit play, everything might seem to be working. We'll hit play, and the player will animate around. Cool. But that's not going to work over the network. We have nothing to actually sync it to the other client, so it's not going to appear on the other player's machines. So, luckily for us, Mirror has a component included to help us with this. If we add a new component, there is the network animator. And this, just like the network transform, is already made for us. You can give client authority to allow them to change the animations, and then drag in the animator. And that's pretty much it, but there's a few things to keep in mind. So obviously, based on how you check this box, whether you do or don't, that will change how you actually need to change the animations. Because right now, we're doing this bool on client side, so with client authority it works. If we unchecked this, it would not sync to the other clients. You'd need to change it on the server side. Also, on the animator, we have different parameter types, float, int, bool, and trigger. For the first three, it'll work with what we just did. You can just say set bool, set float, set integer. But for the trigger, you can't just say animator.setTrigger. That doesn't actually work. Mirror doesn't notice that, and it doesn't sync it to the other clients. If you want to use a trigger, you have to actually reference, if we look up here, we'd have to reference a network animator, and then you can say network animator.setTrigger. You'd have to do it this way. Just keep that in mind if you're using triggers, but for what we're doing, we're just using bools, so we can use that and get rid of the network animator here, and we can go test it now.
Need triggers for like attack and all that crap.
Into the scene, file, build and run, and I'll see you in a second. So here we are with a few different built clients, and if I'm down here now and I move the player around, you see the animation is synced, as well as the position and the rotation. Everything is synced correctly. All the other players see it, which makes it feel pretty nice. And of course, I can switch clients and start moving this player around, and everyone else sees it synced, and over here the same, and in the editor the same. So yeah, that's it for this video. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please leave a like and subscribe. Let me know down below in the comments what you want to see next, and if you want more mirror content, I've got plenty of other videos on the channel. I'll be continuing to make more, and recently released a course with Game Dev TV, building an RTS from scratch, so if you go check that out, the link is in the description below. That'd be greatly appreciated. Thanks as always for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye.
These are all streams.
And then like putting the time into actually making each video is like 40 or more hours in total. So like the biggest like the most helpful. Oh, that's awesome.
I just thought like I want to do some multiplayer stuff, and there's not many tutorials on multiplayer in Unity, so I learned it and I was like, here's some multiplayer tutorials, and people wanted it apparently, so yeah, that's how that took off.
You find your niche, you know?
Yeah.
So the next one I'm gonna watch is this Playfab integration, and this is actually what I want to do.
Okay, so hello, welcome back.
So we'll watch this when I come back. I'll be right back. Gotta use the bathroom. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Whew, okay, so basically I'm going to follow along with this video as he does everything.
Back to another Unity tutorial. In the previous video, I showed you how to take a mirror multiplayer game and set it up on Azure to have dedicated server hosting. And I know plenty of people want me to also cover matchmaking, parties, chat, user authentication, leaderboard statistics, all that fun stuff that Azure Playfab supports. So in today's tutorial, I'm going to show you how to set up and install the SDK and start using some of these features today. I hope you're looking forward to it, so let's get started. But just before we jump into it, I'd like to mention that only 20% of the people who are watching are actually subscribed to the channel, so if you want a quick and easy way to help support us for free, just head down below, hit the subscribe button, and enjoy the video. So the setup for this video is to create an account if you don't already have one with Azure Playfab. If you do, then go ahead and sign in. And then once you're signed in, you'll be met with a screen like this, where you'll see a game by default, and if you want to, you can make a new one for this, it's really up to you. But I have a game here, it's empty, it's just got a name Playfab Tutorials, and I'm going to open that up. As well as this, you're going to need a Unity project, so I've just got myself a brand new empty project, just using the template that we get with the Universal Render Pipeline. So to get the Playfab SDK, we'll head back to the browser, and I'll be giving you a link down below to this page, which is the quick start for Playfab. And if we scroll down here, there is a button to download the Unity editor extension for Playfab. So we click that. And then as long as you have your Unity project open, when you click the download, it will open it up in here and say, here are all the files we're going to be installing. Let's go.
Okay, so I need to create a blank Unity project. Let's do that. Okay. I know that this is going to kick my ass. Let's delete this one. Playfab tutorial. Do 2D. Didn't ask me what version of Unity I wanted to use, which is strange. Okay, we can watch him.
Import. So once it's done, you'll see a Playfab editor extension window over here. And if you go up to Window and Playfab, you can find it here in case it didn't show up, Editor Extensions. And it'll ask you to create an account, or if you already have one, which you should by now, then you hit Login, and I'll leave you to enter your email and password now. Then once you're logged in, it will tell you that no SDK is installed, because the thing we installed is just this editor extension. So I'm going to hit Install Playfab SDK. Let's install the SDK. You can go down to Set My Title and change the studio to be whatever studio you have. Mine's called Dapper Dino. And because I only have one title, it's immediately set it to be that title. So now that the SDK is fully installed, we can actually write some code to do some API calls to Playfab.
This isn't what I want to do.
Okay, so hello and welcome back to another Unity tutorial. In the previous video, I showed you how to take a mirror multiplayer game and set it up on Azure to have dedicated server hosting. And I know plenty of people want me to also cover matchmaking, parties, chat, user authentication, leaderboard statistics, all that fun stuff that Azure Playfab supports. So in today's tutorial, I'm going to show you how to set up and install the SDK and start using some of these features today. I hope you're looking forward to it, so let's get started. But just before we jump into it, I'd like to mention that only 20% of the people who are watching are actually subscribed to the channel. So if you want a quick and easy way to help support us for free, just head down below, hit the subscribe button, and enjoy the video. So the setup for this video is to create an account if you don't already have one with Azure Playfab. If you do, then go ahead and sign in. And then once you're signed in, you'll be met with a screen like this, where you'll see a game by default, and if you want to, you can make a new one for this. It's really up to you. But I have a game here. It's empty. It's just got a name, Playfab Tutorials, and I'm going to open that up. As well as this, you're going to need empty project. So I've just got myself a brand new empty project, just using the template that we get with the universal render.
20.2 F1. He's not saying what version of Unity he's using, which is very important. So I'm going to switch this to 20.2 F1. See if I can open it now.
So to get the Playfab SDK, we'll head back to the browser, and I'll be giving you a link down below to this page, which is the quick start for Playfab. And if we scroll down here, there is a button to download the Unity editor extension.
I didn't see that. Is it in the repository? Oh, this is it. It just changed color. Okay. So, download. It's changed since he's made this video. Okay, wait. So you have to have it open before you download this. I'm just going to keep watching. I'll come back.
For Playfab, so we click that. And then as long as you have your Unity project open, when you click the download, it will open it up in here and say, here are all the files we're going to be installing. Let's go ahead and hit import. So once it's done, you'll see a Playfab editor extension window over here. And if you go up to Window and Playfab, you can find it here in case it didn't show up, Editor Extensions. And it'll ask you to create an account, or if you already have one, which you should by now, then you hit login, and I'll leave you to enter your email and password now. Then once you're logged in, it will tell you that no SDK is installed, because the thing we installed is just this editor extension. So I'm going to hit install Playfab SDK. Let's install the SDK. You can go down to set my title and change the studio to be whatever studio you have. Mine's called Dapper Dino, and because I only have one title, it's immediately set it to be that title. So now that the SDK is fully installed, we can actually write some code to do some API calls to Playfab to do various different things like logging in. And we are going to look at more sophisticated ways of logging in, but for this video we'll do a really simple method. So what we can do is we can go to our scripts folder, right click and create a new C# script, and I'll call this Playfab login. And I'll be adding that to a game object. So right click, create a new game object, call it Playfab login. Go to the inspector and drop it on there. And then we want to open it up in Visual Studio Code. So inside the script, we'll add some usings. We'll add using Playfab.
I'm around trying to finish Gothic, but you can't concentrate. I get that. I get that. Need to give you an incentive. Somehow. I don't know.
And then we'll add using Playfab.client models. We'll get rid of the system collections namespaces. And then inside of our script, I'll get rid of the boilerplate so we're ready to go. So all I want to try doing is when we hit start, I want it to try and log us in. And for now, we won't be having emails and passwords and usernames. We'll just simply be having an ID for our user, just to keep it really simple. So in the start method, private void start, we have to make a request. So var request equals new, and we want a login with, and you see all these various other ways to log in, but we're going to use login with custom ID request. And then inside of here, there are different properties.
Why is my Unity not working? I can't start a blank fucking project. Like, really? What's going on? Maybe this will work. I'll keep watching the video just in case it. This is how it is. So many little. You have no idea what I said. I didn't say anything. I just said you need to figure out some type of incentive. Some type of incentive to make it worth it. Why couldn't you hear what I said? Were the volumes not right? Were they not balanced? Man, I've been using GDevelop, and I'm like, you know what? Honestly, Unity is easier once you get past the first initial, like, setup. It's not. Unity is not harder.
Set. We want to set the custom ID equal to just an ID for this player. As it says here, custom unique identifier for the user. So we can just call this the getting started guide. And then another thing we can set is a bool for create account, which simply says if there's no user with this ID, then do we want to create a new account for them? We'll set that to true for now. So trying to log in with this ID, the first time the player doesn't exist, so it will be created. And every other time it'll just log in with that user. So now we've created our model, which is just simply the data object we're going to be sending over the API. So the next line is to actually do the API request.
Copy on my keyboard.
So we can do that by typing Playfab client API, and we have all those login methods. We can log in with our custom ID, where the first Okay, so hello, and welcome back to another tutorial.
I like broke everything. Close the window. Okay. Okay, finally I got an instance of Unity to open. That's exciting. Although it's not showing when I click it, so is that a bad thing? We'll close one. Does my keyboard work? It's making like weird. It's doing weird stuff. Like it's doing a light show that it doesn't normally do. I think I broke it. Bro, this. Oh shit! It's over there. Oh no, this is the wrong thing. Okay. Okay. So I figured out what was going on. The window, I connected it to my TV, and I no longer. Well, anyway, my TV, it was on my TV, and I was like, it's not here. Okay, so now we're gonna download the Playfab extension asset package, and we're gonna open it. And then it's gonna import these. Right. Loading the scripts. Okay. Yeah, so behind me there's like a TV. I almost want to put it like on the ground or something so that I can have like a fun background. I could make it like a real life thought you were getting robbed or left your door open or someone naked was staring at you or a ghost. Wow, that's a lot of things that it could be. Looks like that login's not working. Let's try a different one. Okay, so I'm here now. Install Playfab SDK. You left out some things? Wow, well, you seem like you covered a lot. I need a new stool. Donate to my stool cause. Get people to give me money for a new stool because this thing is ghetto. Before making Playfab API calls, SDK must be configured to your Playfab title. Okay. Change it to debit card. Change what to debit card? I don't understand. Is that some kind of joke? Oh, I use PayPal all the time because I like being able to cancel the automatic payments. That's the number one reason I use PayPal. Rather than having to go disable your account somewhere, you can just disable automatic payments on PayPal. It's freaking wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the video because I don't understand what to do past here. Should I just watch the whole thing?
Okay, so hello and welcome back to another Unity tutorial. In the previous video, I showed you how to take a mirror multiplayer game and set it up on Azure to have dedicated server hosting.
Where the heck?
I know.
Wait, you can auto pay your insurance? Yeah, no, there are some things I auto pay, like my URL subscription payments and my phone bill, but like I like to turn off any kind of like game subscription, you know, like World of Warcraft or Netflix, HBO Max, Disney Plus, because I usually only get those when there's a specific show I want to watch, and then I turn them back off. VRV. So there are things that I'd never turn off, but there are also things that I constantly turn on and off. Congrats, Biz Master Studios, on winning the Battle Royale. Look at this video I made of my students' games. I made it for my job. Cheated. Is my face frozen? Is my stream frozen? It's frozen on my window. Laggy. I'm going to share that video. Yeah, I can see that it's laggy. Should I change? I'm going to change my... I'm going to change some things in my life. For stream avatars, I'm going to make it so only people who are active in chat show. Okay, I changed it. So now only active chatters are going to be in my stream avatars. So people know how lonely I really am. Because I'm just sick of the bots. There you are. I love the way it says no. Don't hate the lurk team. I don't mind the lurk team. I like the lurk team. But I also don't like the bot team. And also, this will give people incentive to say hello. This is how Bizmaster does it, so it must be right. Did you see that I added rules? I wrote no religion or politics. Be nice. Please leave if you aren't enjoying your time here. And no criticism of my projects unless asked. Don't give me your opinion unless I ask for it. Basically, leave me alone unless I cry. No, it's leave me alone when I cry. Don't hurt me unless I ask for it. Don't punish me unless I want you to. Sado. What does sado mean? Like a saddle? Pronounced it correctly? Sadomasochism. What in the world? Pretty sure that's spelled wrong, but... Oh, it's... Okay. Okay. Sadomasochism. Oh. some such nonsense. I couldn't spell it right either. Okay, let's go back to this video.
Here, and if you go up to Window and Playfab, you can find it here in case it didn't show up, Editor Extensions. And it'll ask you to create an account, or if you already have one, which you should by now, then you hit login, and I'll leave you to enter your email and password now. Then once you're logged in, it will tell you that no SDK is installed, because the thing we installed is just this editor extension, so I'm going to hit install Playfab SDK. It's installed the SDK, you can go down to set my title, and change the studio to be whatever studio you have. Mine's called Dapper Dino, and because I only have one title, it's immediately set it to be that title. So now that the SDK is fully installed, we can actually write some code to do some API calls to Playfab to do various different things like logging in. And we are going to look at more sophisticated ways of logging in, but for this video we'll do a really simple method. So what we can do is we can go to our scripts folder, right click and create a new C# script, and I'll call this Playfab login. And I'll be adding that to a game object. So right click, create a new game object, call it Playfab login. Go to the inspector and drop it on there.
What should you draw next? Well, if you draw something that's like hype right now, like you could try draw one of the Attack on Titan characters. And I think it would do really well on Instagram. Like maybe who's the character that people are talking about? This guy. Arthur Browse with knife. Draw this. Do a pixel art version. Dude, I guarantee you, if you draw that and you post it on Instagram, it'll blow up. This character is such a big deal right now in the anime world. And there's not tons of pictures of him because he just kind of premiered. You don't think it's interesting, him standing there with that knife? How about this one? This is Sasha. Although there's lots of stuff about her. She's crying because she's eating a lobster and it tastes so good. Here, spoilers for anybody who hasn't. It's a lobster tail, dude. If you know this show, Sasha's character, she always eats. That's like her trope. Like she's like a Goku, but she's a female. And she just goes crazy and eats everything. She grew up as a poor like hunter in the forest. And when there's food available, she just likes to eat. That's kind of her character in the anime. But I think if you draw this, if you draw the one where he has the knife, this one, I think people will want to share it and it'll trend. I would draw it, but I'm not really doing art. I really should. Yeah. So let me give you context. In the show, because... Is it okay if I spoil the show? You don't seem like you're going to watch it anytime soon, right? Oh, you like the hat one? Oh, you want that one? That one's cool. That's so the Arthur used to be like a hunter, right? This is back from when he was a hunter, and then since then he became the manager. In this photo, he's the manager of an orphanage, but this is back when he was like a hunter. So this is more when he was like a wild dude. Um, but yeah, for sure, Arthur Bras. This will trend too. But basically, the reason why this one with the knife is significant, and if anybody watches Attack on Titan and you don't want to get spoiled, leave. But spoiler warning. So his daughter dies. His daughter's a soldier and she dies, and he works at the orphanage. And one of the kids who comes to the orphanage actually was a child soldier that killed his daughter. And his friend finds out and he's like, here's the knife, kill her. She killed your daughter, get revenge. And this is the moment in the show when he's standing there with the knife and he's like, am I going to kill this kid right now? This kid who killed my daughter. That's what's going through his mind in that shot. Of course, he's a decent dude, but when you're watching the show, you're not sure if he's going to kill her. Because to be honest, if somebody killed my kid, I might kill them. I mean, I don't have a kid, but I know a lot of parents, and it doesn't seem like it's not the craziest thing. So that's basically what's happening in that knife scene. That's why it's such an iconic part. And if you're watching the anime, a lot of people will really see that image, and it kind of is symbolic of like the idea of like being at a crossroads and making an important decision and doing the thing you kind of want to do versus the thing that's good. There's a pic of this dude with a mouth hand. Mouth hand? Can you link me the image? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, this is a mashup. So this is the main character of Attack on Titan, Aaron, but he doesn't actually have a mouth hand. That's photoshopped in, and so is the makeup on him. I don't know the other anime that it's referencing, but it's referencing another anime. Maybe there's a guy with his hand with a mouth on Naruto, but it doesn't really look like that. So this is like a mashup from a. Yeah, this isn't actually in the anime. In the anime, he did cut his hand. But in Attack on Titan, if you have a wound, that means you can use your Titan power. That's part of how you trigger it, is you have to be wounded. So in this, he actively wounds his hand to warn the people that he's talking to that he could turn into a Titan at any second. So that's why he cut his hand. But the makeup and the face paint or whatever and the hand is not part of the actual show. Yeah, he used to bite him. He does bite himself still. But later he bites himself. He has multiple ways of doing it. Yeah, make it low res. Go easy on yourself.
Project. So I've just got myself a brand new empty project, just using the template that we get with the universal render pipeline. So to get the Playfab SDK, we'll head back to the browser, and I'll be giving you a link down below to this page, which is the quick start for Playfab. And if we scroll down here, there is a button to download the Unity editor extension for Playfab. So we click that. And then as long as you have your Unity project...
Codemore, let me help you with the hashtags too. If you ever post it on Instagram, you'll get a lot. I would do more stuff. Like, I should really paint a picture of Arthur Bras. You're in the ER. Was it for a reason outside of normal? Or was it just because you had to do dialysis?
Click the download. It will open it up in here and say, here are all the files we're going to be installing. Let's go ahead and hit import. So once it's done, you'll see a Playfab editor extension window over here. And if you go up to Window and Playfab, you can find it here in case it didn't show up, Editor Extensions. And it'll ask you to create an account, or if you already have one, which you should by now, then you hit Login, and I'll leave you to enter your email and password now. Then once you're logged in, it will tell you that no SDK is installed, because the thing we installed is just this editor extension. So I'm going to hit Install Playfab SDK. Now that it's installed the SDK, you can go down to Set My Title and change the studio to be whatever studio you have. Mine's called Dapper Dino, and because I only have one title, it's immediately set it to be that title. So now that the SDK is fully installed, we can actually write some code to do some API calls to Playfab to do various different things like...
Dude, Bizmaster Studio did betray us. He always doesn't tell me. I tell him, bro, just message me and tell me you're streaming. He's like, I leave a thing in the... He's like, I always leave a thing in your... Why did I post that in Music Share?
Joseph Develops said posted a new video with footage of my student games.
Oops. What was that? I accidentally pushed something. You can right-click stuff and then say, like, read.
Joseph Develops said posted a new video with footage of my student games. udo.be.
You can right-click and say read. That's for the super lazy people. What is Bizmaster Studios doing? He's doing like a heart slime. How am I going to compete with this? Huh? This is still cute slime. I'm over here doing like Playfab integration. You think anybody wants to watch that shit? I guess maybe some people do. I don't know.
And we are going to look at more sophisticated ways of logging in, but for this video we'll do a really simple method. So what we can do is we can go to our scripts folder, right click and create a new C# script, and I'll call this Playfab login. And I'll be adding that to a game object. So right click, create a new game object, call it Fab login, go to the inspector and drop it on. I only have one title, it's immediately set it to be that title. So now that the SDK is fully installed, we can actually write some code to do some API calls to Playfab to do various different things like logging in. And we are going to look at more sophisticated ways of logging in, but for this video we'll do a really simple method. So what we can do is we can go to our scripts folder, right click and create a new C# script, and I'll call this Playfab login. And I'll be adding that to a game object. So right click, create a new game object, call it Playfab login. Go to the inspector and drop it on there. And then we want to open it up in Visual Studio Code. So inside the script we'll add some usings. We'll add using Playfab, and then we'll add using playfab.client models. We'll get rid of inspector and drop it on there. And then we want to open it up in Visual Studio Code. So inside the script, we'll add some Playfab login to a game object. So right click, create a new game object, call it Playfab login. Go to the inspector and drop it on there. And then we want to open it up in Visual Studio Code. So inside on there, Playfab login. Go to the inspector and
Why?
we can go to our scripts folder, right click and create a new C# script, and I'll call this Playfab login. And I'll be adding that to a game object. So right click, create a new game object, call it Playfab login. Go to the inspector and drop it on there. And then we want to open it up in Visual Studio Code. So inside the script,
That not working. Why can't I drop this here? Script don't inherit a native class that can manage a script. Assets.
to set my title and change the studio to be whatever studio you have. Mine's called Dapper Dino, and because I only have one title, it's immediately set it to be that title. So now that the SDK is fully installed, we can actually write some code to do some API calls to Playfab to do various different things like logging in. And we are going to look at more sophisticated ways of logging in, but for this video we'll do a really simple method. So what we can do is we can go to our scripts folder, right click and create a new C# script, and I'll call this play.
I don't have a freaking scripts folder. Okay, now it worked. I don't know why. Whatever.
Fab login. And I'll be adding that to a game object. So right click, create a new game object, call it Playfab login. Go to the inspector and drop it on there. And then we want to open it up in Visual Studio Code. So inside the script, we'll add some usings. We'll add using Playfab, and then we'll add using Playfab.client models. We'll get rid of the system collections namespaces. And then inside of our script, I'll get rid of the boilerplate so we're ready to go. So all I want to try doing is when we hit start, I want it to try and log us in. And for now, we won't be having emails and passwords and usernames. We'll just simply be having an ID for our user, just to keep it really simple. So in the start method, private void start, we have to make a request. So var request equals new, and we want a login with, and you see all these various other ways to log in, but we're going to use login with custom ID request. And then inside of here, there are different properties we can set. We want to set the custom ID equal to just an ID for this player. As it says here, custom unique identifier for the user. So we can just call this the getting started guide. And then another thing we can set is a bool for create account, which simply says if there's no user with this ID, then do we want to create a new account for them? We'll set that to true for now. So trying to log in with this ID, the first time the player doesn't exist, so it will be created. And every other time it'll just log in with that user.
I'm going to disconnect that TV.
So now we've created our model, which is just simply the data object we're going to be sending over the API. So the next line is to actually do the API request. So we can do that by typing Playfab client API, and we have all those login methods. We can log in with our custom ID, where the first parameter is the request object we just created, so pass in the request. The second is a callback with the result, and then the third is a call to do something. All I want to try doing is when we hit start, I want it to try and log us in. And for now, we won't be having emails and passwords and usernames. We'll just simply be having an ID for our user, just to keep it really simple. So in the start method, private void start, we have to make a request. Login. And I'll be adding that to a game object. So right click, create a new game object, call it Playfab login. Go to the inspector and drop it on there. And then we want to open it up in Visual Studio Code. So inside the script, we'll add some usings. We'll add using Playfab, and then we'll add using Playfab.client models. We'll get rid of the system collections namespaces. And then inside of our script, I'll get rid of the boilerplate so we're ready to go. So all I want to try doing is when we hit start, I want it to try and log us in. And for now, we won't be having emails and passwords and usernames. We'll just simply be having an ID for our user, just to keep it really simple. So in the start method, private void start, we have to make a request. So var request equals new, and we want a login with, and you see all these various other ways to log in, but we're going to use. So all I want to try doing is when we hit start, I want it to try and log us in. And for now, Playfab, and then we'll add using Playfab.client models. We'll get rid of the system collections namespaces. And then inside of our script, I'll get rid of the boilerplate so we're ready to go. So all I want to try doing is when we hit start, I want it to try and log us in. And for now, we won't be having emails and passwords and usernames. We'll just simply be having an ID for our user, just to keep it really simple. So in the start method, private void start, we have to make a request. So var request equals new, and we want a login with, and you see all these various other ways to log in, but we're going to use login with custom ID request. And then inside of here, there are different properties we can set. We want to set the custom ID equal to just an ID for this player. As it says here, custom unique identifier for the user. So we can just call this the getting started guide. And then another thing we can set is a bool for create account, which simply says if there's no user with this ID, then do we want to create a new account for them? We'll set that to true for now. So trying to log in with this ID, the first time the player doesn't exist, so it will be created. And every other time it'll just log in with that user. So now we've created our model, which is just simply the data object we're going to be sending over the API. So the next line is to actually do the API request. So we can do that by typing Playfab client API, and we have all those login methods. We can log in with our custom ID, where the first parameter is the request object we just created, so pass in the request. The second is a callback with the result, and then the third is a callback with an error. So we can make two methods here. So we'll make a method called private void on login success, and this takes in a login result. We'll call that result. And then a second method down here, private void on login failure, and this takes in a Playfab error. And if we pass these methods in as callbacks, it means that when the login is successful, this gets called. When the login fails, this gets called. So up here we can say on login success, comma, on login failure. Add a semicolon on the end. And for now, it's up to you what you want to do in these two cases. I'm just going to log to the console. So debug.log, we can say here login success. And then down at the bottom, we can do a debug.log error, and we can log out the error. And this error object has a handy method for us called generate error report, which converts the error, as it says here, into a human readable string. We can just log out to the console. So that's it for the code. We just want a simple example of logging in and creating a new user. So if we head back into Unity, if we hit play now, it will create our new user on Playfab. So to show that this actually works, we'll head over to Playfab, click on players on the left, and you'll see we have 0 players, 0 total players. We'll now hit play, look in the console, and we should get a login success, which we do. I'm going to stop playing, head back over to my browser, and if I now refresh, look at this 0 here, it will then become a 1. And sometimes this is a bit slow to update, so you can just mess around with the query. I'm going to start on as a handy method for us called generate error report, which converts the error, as it says here, into a human readable string. We can just log out to the console. So that's it for the code. We just want a simple example of logging in and creating a new user. So if we head back into Unity, if we hit play now, it will create our new user on Playfab. So to show that this actually works, we'll head over to Playfab, click on players on the left, and you'll see we have 0 players, 0 total players. We'll now hit play, look in the console, and we should get a login success, which we do. I'm going to stop playing, head back over to my browser, and if I now refresh, look at this 0 here, it will then become a 1. And sometimes this is a bit slow to update, so you can just mess around with the query here, highest value today, and there we go. Here's our player. It was 1 minute ago. If I click on here, it'll tell us about the player, and you can do plenty more things with the player's account, so you can track bans, logins, friends, all these other things, purchases, multiplayer, characters, and
Whoa, it added a player. I don't even know how it did that, but it did it.
so many things you can do on Playfab. Scratch the surface. Where I put the string getting started guide is one of their identities down here. You see getting started.
So here's the player last login. Well, that says it was way back in November. So this isn't one I just created. This is from a previous project. When I was messing around with it before. No, but I did just log in. So it looks like I created that, but I also just logged in just now. So this more or less works, but it doesn't actually give me the screen to create the login.
Of type custom, because in our code we logged in with a custom ID. You could also have their identity with, let's say, login with email, Facebook, Game Center, iOS, Nintendo, whatever, right? There's so many different ways you can log them in. So yeah, that's it for this video. We now have the SDK set up, and we have a really simple example of logging in a player. So after this video goes live, I'll be putting up a poll, and I'll have some options for different things you want me to cover, like matchmaking, leaderboards.
Okay, that's cool. So basically it works. Wow. So for some reason, I think it's using some ID that I'm not aware of. I probably put it in somewhere, but it's just like gave me an ID that I used earlier. So I've done this before when I was messing around with it, but this tutorial was not available at that time when I did it before. So I figured out how to connect to Playfab previously. The difference is now that I now found that there's a Playfab free plan, and I'm going to use that, and I'm actually going to host my game on Playfab. So that's kind of coming in the works, but I feel pretty freaking accomplished right now. With my game, I did communicate with the Playfab server. So that's actually really huge. Like, that's legitimately enormous. Why do I have two windows? I'm just going to close that one. Login with custom ID requests. So basically the way this works now, it created an account with a custom ID request. Okay, well, that's actually huge. Okay, so might as well just get started on the second video, and then I'm going to take this and upload it to Mirror. And then, so I'm going to do the next video, and then I'm going to figure out from there whether or not I'm going to implement my existing game into this project, or if I'm going to create a new game, or if I'm going to use my old game and implement it in here. I think I'm probably going to drop my new game into this project because there was a couple things I kind of did crappily. So I think starting over is probably going to be a better bet for me right now. I'm going to go ahead and start setting up the authentication, which I think will be exciting. But I'm not really sure how far I'm going to get. The authentication is a lot more intense than what we just did. I'm actually really surprised with how easy that was, though. Like, when you're considering what I'm doing, this is incredibly easy. I know it might not seem easy to you guys, but it was freaking easy. So let's watch this other video. I think I'm going to just watch the whole video all the way through.
Back to another Unity
just to get it's kind of a survey idea, and I'll comment on it as we go, and then I'm going to watch it again and try to do it.
tutorial. Today we'll be looking at how to implement authentication to your multiplayer game so that your users can create accounts and sign in to play your game. Hope you're looking forward to it, so let's get started. But just before we jump into it, I'd like to mention that only 23% of people who are watching are actually subscribed to the channel, so if you want a quick and easy way to help support the channel for free, go down below, hit the subscribe button and enjoy the video. So I'll be continuing here from what we had in the previous tutorial, where we have logging in with a simple custom ID, and the code is nothing more than this really. We just sign in with an ID which is a string, and then if it doesn't already exist we create a new account, and then we get back a session ticket that we store, and then when we log into the actual mirror server we send that session ticket and the server will validate it. But right now we're signing in with just an ID.
Let me make sure I did all that. Okay, so I need to create the session ticket.
A string and it could be anything. If I guessed yours, then I've got access to your account, so it's not very secure and it's not very realistic in how most games would work. So we want to look at how we can add usernames, passwords and emails. So if we jump back into Unity, if we look over here, the one thing I've created between the last video and this one to save us some time is just some really simple UI. If we open this up, all it is a canvas with a background to cover up the actual game.
Okay, so I gotta do this.
And we have some labels, just that say username, email, password,
This is
and then
gonna
some
take a
input
while.
fields for the username, email, and password, just TextMesh Pro input fields. And then we have two buttons, a create account button and a sign in button. And none of this is hooked up yet, and none of the input fields are hooked up to anything either. So if you're wanting to follow along, just make a really simple user interface like this. So now let's jump into the code. If we look over here, we currently just have the custom ID. So we want to change this
I need to
now.
use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hey, Code, I didn't answer you if I wanted to see Goth, I think. The answer was yes. I would like to see the most recent version of Goth. Messed up drying hair. I do that a lot too. I'm still not like... Look, this animation's starting to look better. Still some stuff to clean up. There without hair. Let me see. Cool. What are you gonna do with his hair? Are you gonna make it like longer? Color it? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, do it. I still don't know, like, when I look at this, the pants just seem, the feet seem wrong. Like, it looks good from here. But the legs just don't, it's like, almost like the legs are too big. I wanted her to have thick thighs, but I honestly cannot figure it out. That actually looks better. With the leg kind of up more. The shorter legs. That actually makes more sense anatomically, huh? She got a fake leg? No. No, her leg's real. I think I just made her legs too thick. Like, I think I just tried to make her too tall. Thighs are good when you have tiny titty magic. She's supposed to be like 17 years old, Code Mora. She's supposed to be young. Tiny is as tiny does. What are you talking about? Does she look too short now? I'll try to make her shorter. What the hell? Oh, it works. Sorry, it just was like delayed. Does she look more like proportionally correct now? The thigh looks too long. I know I have to clean up the thigh. I'm not super worried about that. I'm just trying to get the proportions right before I start like nailing it down. I think that looks better. Yeah, it looks better. I think that before I was trying to make her legs too long. These look like, yeah, these look like about the same height. She's still got pretty massive thighs for such a small girl. Do you think it looks like she's too thick on her thighs? Maybe I should try to give her some liposuction. The right leg seems stiff to you? Dude, I've been working on this for so long. This drawing. I started this like way before the pirate one. I do leave it alone and come back. That's what I just did. I'm coming back now after leaving it alone. That looks pretty good. Might cut a little bit more of her thigh off. Because her thigh is a little bit too thick, I think. To cut a little bit of this knee pad off. That looks pretty good, dude. Don't you think? The thigh's better. Man, starting off with a good pose reference is so huge. Trying to come back and fix this stuff after, it's like so hard. But I think she looks pretty good now. She looks like a teenage girl. Just got to redo her hair and her right boot. And I think I'll be done. Her job muffins? The cat or the grown woman? It's actually easier to draw naked women, in my opinion, because it's very obvious when the proportions are off, versus when you put clothes on somebody, it seems it's not as like obvious when the proportions are wrong. That's why I always like, you see me redraw over them like to make them nude. And it's not because I'm like a perv. It's because I can't visualize where their anatomy is. So I have to go and like draw what they look like under their clothes. Yeah, versus with clothes, they emphasize the shape even more. Like with the pirate, I used a straight up 3D model for his pose, right? And then I tweaked it a little bit to kind of suit. But like I moved his hand this much over and I moved his feet just a smidge to make it look the way I wanted it to. But the pirate has a really great pose, you know? Where is it up here? See, look how strong this guy's pose is. And it's because I used it based on a 3D model. Yeah, but the reason why this is such a great pose is because I have this guide in here, you know? Which I didn't stick to exactly, but... But it really does kind of... like I turned his backhand out a little bit more, and then I brought this... He was doing this before, and I made it just turn just a bit that way. Where before he was like looking at the inside of his fist, now he's looking kind of more at the back of his... Yeah. I think... You know, when you do like a portrait, it doesn't really matter when you do, but when you throw, it's crazy. Like, there's a part in Naruto where, you know, Might Guy, one of the ninjas, tells everyone that you can tell what someone's doing based on what their feet are doing. And as I do art, I can see that more. Like, you can tell by the position of the feet where the rest of their body will be, and that the feet have to say the same thing as like the top part of the body, you know? Like with this, it does. Like the bottom and the top, they're saying the same thing. Versus this, it's getting there. but it's not super clear. Also, her pose with the slightly bent arm and, you know, the legs, it just kind of looks kind of Barbie. Like, it looks like a, you know, like, so I will finish it, but definitely not as proud of it as I am of my pirate that I drew. Which you could see, I finished the pirate so much more, not faster so much, but I didn't have to like take breaks. I'm probably going to reuse her face and do like the different versions of her. Anyway, let's get back to doing this Playfab tutorial. That was fun. Look at Coco running around. Looks pretty good, yeah? Running animation. It'll look better when I like finish all the frames. Right now it looks like she's just like going like this versus like this. But it's because I haven't really worked out some of the details.
Okay, so hello and welcome back to another Unity multiplayer tutorial. Today we'll be looking at how to implement authentication to your multiplayer game so that your users can create accounts and sign in to play your game. Hope you're looking forward to it, so let's get started. But just before we jump into it, I'd like to mention that only 23% of people who are watching are actually subscribed to the channel, so if you want a quick and easy way to help support the channel for free, go down below, hit the subscribe button and enjoy the video. So I'll be continuing here from what we had in the previous tutorial, where we have logging in with a simple custom ID, and the code is nothing more than this really. We just sign in with an ID, which is a string, and then if it doesn't already exist, we create a new account, and then we get back a session ticket that we store, and then when we log into the actual mirror server, we send that session ticket, and the server will validate it. But right now, we're signing in with just an ID, just a string, and it could be anything. If I guessed yours, then I've got access to your account, so it's not very secure, and it's not very realistic in how most games would work. So we want to look at how we can add usernames, passwords, and emails. So if we jump back into Unity, if we look over here, the one thing I've created between the last video and this one to save us some time is just some really simple
Okay,
UI.
I gotta do that.
If we open this up, all it is a canvas.
I gotta do some Playfab. Shiza. Why did it choose that frame of all the frames? Sometimes I hate the way Instagram works. Like, I really don't like that frame. They literally grabbed like the worst frame of the whole freaking thing. I'm gonna delete it. I hate it. Oh man, maybe if I cut that frame out, I can save it from being in the next one. I hate that it did that. Like, why would you grab the worst frame? Oh, well, you can set the cover thumbnail there. I didn't know that.
with a background. Add usernames, passwords, and emails. So if we jump back into Unity, if we look over here, the one thing I've created between the last video and this one to save us some time is just some really simple UI. If we open this up, all it is a canvas with a background. Some really simple UI. If we open this up, all it is a canvas. canvas with a background. To cover up the actual game, and we have some labels just that say username, email, password, and then some input fields for the username, email, and password. Just TextMesh Pro input to cover up the actual game, and we have some labels just that say username, email, password, and then some some input fields for the username, email, and password. Just
okay, cool. I gotta do the input fields. You can almost like copy this. Looks like we're gonna need 3 labels, so I can just kind of copy this and do user email. Name this one. And then user password. Right? It's all coming back to me. So email is going to have to move down a bit. So the way I do that is for position Y, I can set it to 0, right? And for password, I'll move it down again and I'll set it to -187. And then I have to make them say different things, right? So email, password. Cool. And now I have to do the inputs and the buttons. So he did label, he said input empty. So he did input field. Username. And so he added a rect transform to make it scale. You know, actually, I could probably just copy, because I'm looking at everything. I'll just do it. So scale 1, 1, and 1. And this would be slightly below the 187. So let's try like 150 and 0. 150 doesn't seem right. Maybe like 130. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Now, width will be 400. So it lines up on the left. And then I need a canvas renderer. And I need a image for the input field background. I can just do it like that. Okay, let me finish this input. Text Mesh Pro input field. So that's it. Interactable. Yeah, that's everything. So I just take these and create more of them. This one, username, email, password, username, email, move that one down, username, Beautiful. Okay, so this one has to be renamed. Password. Oh, and is there any other things I have to change the name of? No. Now I'm gonna just start the game to see that I can type into these. Doesn't look like I can yet. They're all interactable. Yeah, whatever. Let's just create the buttons. Figure it out later. Okay, so now I need a button create account and a button sign in.
Text Mesh Pro input fields. And then we have two buttons, a create account button.
Button underscore create account. And this is a rect transform again. Okay, so we'll just do with 190. And can leave all that for now. Canvas renderer. I have these ones. Oh, I did have a call transparent mix. That might be why it didn't work. Let's try it again. Nope, that's not it. Okay. So let's finish this button. Image. So small. Oh, I see. It's because it's scale. That's why it's so huge.
Button and a sign in button, and none of this is hooked up yet.
How come his is labeled? I don't see labels for the buttons. Why does he have labels? Source image. Oh, he has a sprite. I see. That's why.
A create account button and a sign in button, and none of
So I gotta make an image for create account and sign in.
None of this is hooked up yet, and none of the input fields are hooked up to anything either. So if you're wanting to follow along, just make a really simple user interface like this. So now let's jump into...
Let me just try start it. Looks good. I just have to change the images out, which I can do later. That's no big deal.
do the code. If we look over here, we currently just have the custom ID. So we want to change this now to be using actual input fields. So we'll change the string to be a TMP underscore input field.
So there was something I missed, but it's okay. I can catch up.
So we'll change the string. So we want to change this.
So he has a serialized field on his that I don't have, which is okay. I'll just add it. So let's just do that.
This now to be using actual input fields. So we'll change the string to be a TMP underscore input field. And we'll call...
Okay, so let's get rolling on this. So serialize field. Oh shit. Serialize field. Private TMP input field. Public static string session ticket.
Call this the username input field. And then I will hit control period here, control dot, and add using tmpro. And I'll copy paste this line 2 more times so that we can have the username input field, the email, input field, and the password input. Field.
Oh, I forgot to grab the using. That's why it's glitching out. There, now it likes it.
Once we've signed in, we also want to turn off the UI. So we'll add here a serialized field private game object that we can turn off. And we'll just call this the sign in display. We then also don't want to just sign in by default on start, so we can get rid of this. And we don't need these methods we have from last time, so we go down to this. And we now want two methods we...
Oh, he just got rid of everything. Yeah, dude, he seriously got rid of everything.
We can call by those buttons, one for creating an account and one for signing in. So public void create account and public void sign in. Let's head back into Unity and hook those up now. So we'll go over to the Playfab login, and we now want to drag in the canvas default on start, so we can get rid of this. And we don't need these methods we have from last time, so we go down to this. And we now want two methods we can call by those buttons, one for creating an account and one for signing in. So public void create account and public void sign in. Let's head back into Unity and hook those up now. So we'll go over to the Playfab login, and we now want to drag in the canvas, which is the UI will toggle on and off. Then the input fields for the username, email, and password. And if we go to the buttons, the create account button will add a callback, drag in the script, and we'll call Playfab login canvas, which is the UI for creating an account and one for signing in. So public void create account and public void sign in. Let's head back into Unity and hook those up now. So we'll go over to the Playfab login, and we now want to drag in the canvas, which is the UI will toggle on and off. Then the input fields for the username, the email, and password. And if we go to the button, we now want to drag in the canvas, which is the UI will toggle. Toggle on and off. Then the input fields for the username, email, and password. And if we go to the buttons, the create account button will add a callback, drag in the script, and we'll call Playfab. Login, and this one's the create account button. And for the other one, we'll call Playfab login, sign in. The one other thing I changed up here is if you go to the password input field, because you don't want it to actually display someone's password, you want it to show the asterisks. Then if you scroll down, we have here content type, and I've changed it to password.
Text viewport. Texterior vec transform.
Which will hide the action. And if you scroll down to
That's weird that it has a text option on his.
Out button, and
Gotta take a quick break. Be right back.
And for the other one, we'll call Playfab login, sign in. The one other thing I changed up here is if you go to the password input field, because you don't want it to actually display someone's password, you want it to show the asterisks. Then if you scroll down, we have here content type, and I've changed it to password, which will hide the actual characters themselves.
I don't see what the text component was that he used. I don't understand how that... Why does it do that? Oh, so he has... I see. So he has another text component on there. It's just inside of it. That makes sense. That's why it works. It doesn't show us how
So
to
back
do
into VS Code, and we now want to start writing the method for creating an account.
that. Oh man, why doesn't he show us how to do that, sucker?
So if you're wanting to follow along, just make a really simple user interface like this. So now let's jump into the code.
He doesn't show us how to do it.
If I guessed yours, then I've got access to your account, so it's not very secure and it's not very realistic in how most games would work. So we want to look at how we can add usernames, passwords, and emails. So if we jump back into Unity, if we look over here, the one thing I've created between the last video and this one to save us some time is just some really simple UI. If we open this up, all it is a canvas with a background to cover up the actual game, and we have some labels just that say username, email, password, and then some input fields for the username, email, and password, just TextMesh Pro input fields. And then we have two buttons, a create account button and a sign in button. And none of this is hooked up yet, and none of...
Okay, so there's text inside of those. That actually makes sense. So I have to create... I don't know, I'll just figure it out. I'll just figure it out. Okay, so I'm going to use the label username and copy that and paste it. I'm going to drop that into input field username. I have no idea what he called those too, so I guess we'll figure that out later. But so for the input now, I have this. I'm gonna move that to here. Let's hold shift and move it down. And then I'm going to rename it to I'm just gonna call it input text. I'm gonna come back here. I'm gonna grab it. What did he? Wait, no, he did show what he called it.
the input fields are. And we'll do the usual result callback.
He did show.
The one other thing I changed up here is if you go to the password input field, because
He just called it text. Come on, dude.
because you don't want it to actually display someone's password, you want it to show the asterisks. Then if you scroll down, we have here content type, and I've changed it to password, which will hide the actual characters themselves. And I've changed it to password, which will hide the actual characters themselves. So back into VS Code, and we now want to start writing the method for creating an account, and it's actually super duper simple. All we need to do is call Playfab client API dot, and we'll be registering a Playfab user. So what this takes in is, if we type new, it'll fill it in for us, a register Playfab user request, and we'll do the usual result callback, and then comma, the error callback, like how we've done it previously. And this is also how it'll be in sign in. So I'm going to copy paste this to sign in, but instead of register Playfab user, we'll be doing login with Playfab. And then the request is a login with Playfab request. And then up here in the request, we want to pass in the username. So the username for registering this player is username input field.text. The email is email input field.text, as you'd expect, and obviously for password, password input field.text. the result is when we successfully register someone. What we want to do is set the session ticket. So session ticket equals result.session ticket that it gives us. And then we want to turn off the UI. So the sign in display .set active false. And if there's an error, we'll log it to the console. So debug.log error. And from the error, we can generate an error report. So this is very similar to previous videos. It should be pretty easy to follow along if you've seen those. So we're saying, register a user with these details. If it works, do this. If it doesn't,
Username input field.txt. Something is not connecting correctly. It's partially because I'm dumb, but there's something with making the input fields that I don't know how to do, so I'm gonna have to go back and go through an input field tutorial because I don't know how to do it. Oh, I see what I did wrong. The word field. Duh. It's weird that it's not. My color coding is different than his. Yeah, because he has blue for what I have for white. Well,
work, do this. And then for signing in, you technically have two options here. You can log in with Playfab or log in with email. It's really up to you. I'm just going to go with Playfab, and what that means is basically log in with username. So it means that when you log in, you don't have to supply your email every time. So we'll say here username equals username input field dot text, and we want to pass in the password input field dot text. But we don't need the email this time. Then result, when it works, we want to do the same as up here. We just store the session ticket it gives us and turn off the UI. And if there's an error, we want to log the error. Let's jump back into Unity. We want to log that. Error. Let's jump back into Unity, and now I'll hit play. If I type in a username, let's make a new account called dapperdino, and I'll give the email of nathan@dapperdino.co.uk, and the password I'll make something really simple that I remember, like
Yeah, it doesn't work. I gotta go check out his input fields tutorial. I'll keep watching.
ABC123, and I'll hit create account. And there's a delay, and then it comes back to me because it's made the account. And if we go to the browser and we update this list, we should have one player. We can go onto it, and you'll see username dapperdino, the email there is nathan@dapperdino, and I have an account now. If we go back into Unity and stop and start again, what happens if I type in, let's say, a random username with a random password? Let's look at the console. If I try and sign in, it tells you the user was not found. If I type in the correct username and try and sign in, it tells us invalid username or password, meaning the user does exist, but the password's wrong. Then if I type in the right password and hit sign in, it then works. So what I'll do now is I'll do a build, and what we can then do when we've built is make 2 accounts, sign into different accounts on each build, and then play the game and see if the score still counts like it did previously. So on the build over here, I'll make a new account. I'll call it not Nathan, and the email can just be notnathan@dapperdino.co.uk, which isn't a real email. But in a future video, we can actually work on having email verification. So when you create your account, you've got to verify your email before you can play. And then on password, I'll choose the same password, ABC123, create an account. And then we'll go over here and I'll sign in to the other account. So let's hit play. Username is dapperdino, with a password of ABC123, sign in. And then if we were to host and join as a client and play the game, let's say I get some score, so I'm going to try and get a few points here. Okay, I'll go get maybe 3 points. Then over here I'll get 2. So we know that the dapperdino account has 2 points. Let's stop hosting. Okay, and what I can do is I can stop the build, and I'll quickly go and open that back up again, because what we can do now is we can show this definitely works. If I go to the build, restart here, I'm now going to sign in on the other build with the other account and see if these scores swap around. So in here now, it's going to be not Nathan, and the password's ABC123, and over here the username is dapperdino, and the password is ABC123. So now, if I was to say host here, I have 3 points, and if I was to go client here, I have 2 points, and we can continue to play the game like so. So yeah, that's it for this tutorial. We now have authentication, and if you want more on this, where we can sign in with different providers, or we can add, password checking, email authentication, all these different things we can add if you want to do that, let me know down below. If you like the video, then please leave a like and subscribe. Okay, so hello, welcome back to another Unity. Okay, so hello, welcome back to another Unity tutorial. In the previous video, I showed you how to take a mirror multiplayer game and set it up on Azure to have dedicated server hosting. And I know plenty of people want me to also cover matchmaking, parties, chat.
I don't think that's gonna work. Hey man, I'm just messing around. I was looking at this one that I did, and her boobs look really good. And I was trying to get this fabric thing that I was doing, trying it on Coco, but it doesn't seem to be working as well. Looks like she's like bursting out now. Her boobs are too small. It's not like the other girl where it looks like it's like bustling out, you know? It looks so dumb. That actually looks pretty good. Except for this dark thing here. Why is that there? It looks better with less detail because my shading kind of sucks. So just having it be like overexposed like that, it hides how bad my art is. Okay, that was a nice art break. I'm going to save that. Of course, this is a separate layer, so you can see. I actually think it looks better without the shading. I might come back and just make it like this, like all blown out. I'm fine with that because I just think that's more like within my skill range. Or if I try to do this shaded shirt, it's just, it looks crappy. I might sell prints of these. That looks actually really good when I pull the... I really like this like a lot. When I pull the color off. Yeah, my shading is crap. It looks so bad. If I just fill it in, it looks so much better.
Photon and what Mirror is and how it works. That's what this video is mainly going to be. It's going to be how to set up Mirror and explaining from a sample project they've got where you can host a server and connect to play a game of Pong. I'll be explaining the code behind it and how it all works. Keep in mind this won't be a series, even though there's going to be lots of different videos using this. Apart from episode 1, you don't have to watch any of the others in order. This video is about the setup and explanation, overview, but then all the other videos will be standalone, because I know on YouTube people prefer standalone videos. Okay, so hello and welcome back to another Unity tutorial. So this video will be the first of many where I'm Okay, so hello and welcome back to another Unity tutorial. In this one I'm going to be showing you how to properly set up player input, assuming that you have like the typical, you've got a player in the scene, you press WASD to move them around. Now I'm not on a, this isn't going to be about how to actually, you know, okay, so, and then it sets it. And to set the player name, all it does is, it actually doesn't really set anything, it just turns on and off the continue button based on whether the name is valid. So in my case, if the string is null or empty, then it's not valid. So if it's not null or empty, this is fine, so leave that. obviously go down to the GitHub down below, or you can try and go along, make it yourself, you know, do what you need to do. But effectively, what we have is we have the root object. Okay, so hello and welcome back to another Unity tutorial. So this video will be the first of many where I'm going to be covering so hello and welcome back to another showing it working on a second client and then maybe even a third. So yeah, that'll be it for the video. I hope you guys enjoy. Let's get started. So step 1, the setup. I've duplicated the folder from last time, ownership, so now we have a chat folder, and I've changed the scene to be called scene chat, and then in build settings I've added it as the build scene instead of the other one, so that when we build we can then go to the scene. Then in scripts, just make an empty script called chat behavior and we'll code it in a minute. Then in prefabs, I've got a player prefab, but it's different to last time. I've removed the script that moves when I press spacebar, and instead I've added a chat behavior, which is the script I just told you about, but don't worry about these fields, we're going to write it in the video. Just stick it on here anyway as an empty script. Then beneath this, we've got the chat UI as an empty game object to hold the UI. Then we have the actual canvas, which I've changed to scale with screen size, and then match my resolution with height. Then I've got two elements, text, and this is effectively where the chat is going to be. Now, technically, if you have enough messages, it will go off the top, and maybe you want it to, you know, be a certain size somewhere else, and it might scroll differently. You know, that's all up to you guys, but for now, I'm just going to have it as a chat like this, as a text box. And then below it, we've got an actual input field using Text Mesh Pro, and effectively, we can click on this, type text in, and press enter, and when we press enter, it actually sends it to the server. The server then relays that to all the clients. So that's what we're going to be doing. Hope you guys look forward to it. Let's go to the coding part. So and with this, you can host servers, you can connect to the servers, you can have them just stay running all the time. You can also mix this with matchmaking, which we will do at some point, to spin up new instances of the server whenever matches are found. So if you have a game that's like a card game where you get matched against one other opponent, you can go into matchmaking, and when you get matched, you can spin up a new instance of the server and connect both the players to it, and then you take down the server when the game is over. So what you want to do is go and sign up, create an account, log in, just follow that process, and then you'll end up on a page looking like this. Once you're on this page, you'll probably only see one studio, but once you're on your studio, you will be able to add a new title. Now, you might have one by default. If you do, you can click into it, but I'll show you how to make a new one. So you click ... if you need to make a new one, new title, then you can call it whatever you like. So we'll just call this example game. And then you can add a URL for this, though it's not required. Pick what type it is, maybe a turn-based game, whatever, it's up to you. Just fill it all in, and once you're done, you can create the title. Once you've created the title, you'll have your dashboard here, and you can see all the analytics, and you can go down and mess with all these different things, but we will just be sticking with multiplayer. So by default, multiplayer isn't enabled, so you have to hit enable here to enable it. You also have to add a card, that's just one part of it because it is a paid service, though you do get 750 hours for free in East US on this type of machine and North Europe on this machine, as well as 750 on this in East US and North Europe, and there's other things too. So these are what you get for free. You can of course scale up from this if you want to, but if you don't want to spend any money, you can just use this for development. So we'll hit enable. So that might take a little bit to finish, but once it's done, you'll be on a page like this, and it'll be asking you to add a new build. But of course, for this, we're going to need a build. And what we'll be using for this is this example project I've got here by NatePack. He's taken Playfab, the SDK, and used Mirror to make a little demo project, which you can then build your own game on top of. So we'll be downloading this, thanks to him, so I'll put the link down below, and we'll go get the zip here. Once the zip is done, I will open it up, and I will extract it, so use whatever you want to extract it. Once that's done, I'll get rid of the zip, and I'll go inside this folder, and it's got just one layer empty, so I'll move that up, just jigging it around a little bit, and then all we have left is, here we go, the project. So I'll now head into Unity, and I'll add this project, so downloads, add this folder, and this was made using 2019.2, but I tested it and it worked completely fine with 2020.2, so let's switch it to that, and open it up. Let's go. So once the project's open, it'll be in the Untitled scene, so we'll go into the Scenes folder and open up his game scene. What he has here, he has a way to log in, which is effectively just to connect as a client. And the way you actually choose how to connect to your own Playfab server is by heading over to this configuration object. So if we go over here, it's got in some default things here which aren't actually going to work for you. And you'll see here there's a drop down for local client, local server, remote server. And we only care about the remotes here. So what we're going to do is we're going to change this to be a remote server build, and we'll just delete all of these values. It really doesn't matter. And what we want to do with this is to now go over to the file, build settings, and when we build this, we want to make sure to check server build. By checking server build, it means that it will give us a different kind of build that when we deploy it on a server and we just run the server, the game will start up as a server. So there's no UI for the server, it'll just run, whereas us as clients will connect to that machine. So with this, we can hit build, go into our project and make a new folder called builds on this level. We'll go inside builds, make a new folder called server, select it, and it's now going to start making a server build. And now we want to take these files and folders and zip them up, so right click, send to a zip folder, and this is so that we can send them off to Playfab. So we'll call this the game server, or we'll call it the server build, so server build. Go back to our browser, add a new build, give your build a name, something like example game or build 01, or you can really call the build whatever you like. Then, for the virtual machine selection, we're going to be sticking with the standard one-core A1 machine, one server per machine. On Windows, we're going to keep it all as default. Then, for the assets, this is where you upload your zip, so we'll hit upload.
Are you still streaming? Let me check. Oh, you're done. You finished. I would have went over, but I was kind of chilling. I'm kind of messing around with Unity again. There's been some recent developments that are interesting. So I'm trying to set it up with that game I made before and put on my AWS server. I'm trying to make it so I can put it up on a service called Playfab, which is a Microsoft game hosting service that has a little bit more features. They recently released like a free tier for like less than 700 hours played per month, I think. So I'm sure I'll stay well below that, but I basically have been kind of trying to remember how to do everything, and gotten a couple little snags along the way, but it's coming back to me. I really just want things where people come into the stream, I can just send them to it and they can start like playing something. I've been kind of hanging out on Retro MMO and Fanks Games' streams, and I like the way that they can just have people play their games right away. So I want to have something to where I can just push people to play something specific. I also want to I think I might make Familia free too, because the sales have jumped down pretty substantially. So I'm almost not getting any sales right now, as opposed to like a few months ago I was getting like a lot. So I might make it free and then just start charging for the next act if I ever finish that. But the thing is I haven't really been getting any wish list for Familia Act 1. So also I'm not going to really work on it unless I get like a significant amount of people requesting it via like wish list, you know? So that's kind of where I'm at now. I was messing around with changing the walking art around, but I like the way Pokies looks, but I don't like the way anybody else's does, so I don't really like it. So I'm gonna just put it back to how it was, I think, and then just you know, make it free. That's kind of, I think I'm gonna make Act 1 free, and that way, you know, I can make Act 2 paid, and yeah, and I can use the same Steam products. So I'm just gonna try to get more kind of visibility through that, and that way when people come in I can be like, hey, go play it, it's free, you know, on Steam, you know. So I think that'll be cool, and then I could just be like, yeah, if you want to support me, just sub or whatever. So, but I also want to have like a really simple MMO that you can log into and like fight each other and kill some slimes and then log back out, and that way I can start accumulating people's contact information, because I'm going to make it so that in order to log into the MMO, even if they only play for like a minute, it's going to be like collecting their email address, you know, which I can use for marketing later. So it's like I'm building something that I can use later. So, but that's kind of what I'm thinking I'm going to do. I'm not sure yet though. I might not set it up to be free soon. I always intended to make Act 1 free. I just thought I would have a little bit more done before I did it, you know? But it's not really selling, so it sold like maybe 3 copies last month, which is, up until last month, it sold more and more copies every month than it did the previous month. So, which is weird because I was streaming like a mother father last month. You know what I mean? And other months I like wasn't streaming at all, and I created more content. I've gained like 30 YouTube followers in the last month, and I just been doing a lot more marketing stuff, and to see it go down, it's very strange. So I don't know. As I work on it more, I thought it would be easier as I get from act to act, but it's not really. It's not any easier to do the second act than the first. In fact, in ways it's harder because I've already used up so many stock assets. I have to make most of the art myself, and that's just very time consuming. I've been working on this piece a little bit. I always kind of keep going back to it, but I'm kind of liking where it's at now. I made her like shorter, and I think her proportions make more sense now. So I'll probably, although this girl is like younger than I wanted her to be, but it's okay. I can't draw her older because I'm not skilled enough, but I'll just use this for a while. Let me yeah, maybe I should get off. It'll be good enough sooner or later. No, yeah, I'm getting better. It's weird because I honestly think this one is better in many ways than this one. So far, I might be able to get it, but it's like when you just draw like a girl with very little clothes on, it's much easier. Like what makes this hard is clothing and hair. You know? Like the folds in the shirt are the thing that I had the hardest time with. Where these skin tight clothes and super tight like top, it's very easy. I like this one a lot. Redid my emotes. Can you drop some in chat? I want to see. Drop them in chat. Oh no, they don't. They're not active yet, right? Did you post them in your Discord or anything? They're active? Whoa, they just went in right away? Dude, these are awesome. I went into your channel when you're doing the Bizmas Love. Does that mean I have them? Am I subscribed to you? I don't know. I might be. Somebody might have gifted it to me. Oh, I am. I need to redo mine too, man. You've inspired me. I've been trying to work on my stream setup. Yeah, I can't use RIP because I don't have the tier or whatever. Yeah, I gotta redo mine. I've gotten way better at pixel art since I did mine. It's interesting because a lot of people they don't use pixel art and then they do like anti-aliasing. Could paint mine now? I would be happy if you wanted to do mine. I just realized it, but I can make so like if somebody does a battle royale, I can make my point system say like a ton of battle royales, right? I just realized that. Here, I want to try something. You just gave me an idea that I think would be fun. So, I'm actually going to close your battle royale. But since you don't pay for them, I don't really care. I don't feel bad. So we'll do... The jerk. I want to make it so when somebody does the battle royale, it sends a message. Okay, let's see if that works. Oh, yeah, it works. That way I can have all the emotes drop too. Cool. Hold on, I have a messed up one at the end though. I would put hype, but who knows if I'm gonna be you know, when am I gonna lose my... I don't really subscribe to people. That's cool. See, now I have the thing that makes the emotes pop up. So I'll drop a bunch when it's a battle royale. It makes sense, right? I wonder if you can make one for when someone raids. This is more of a duel, to be fair. Yeah, so for yours, you deactivate... You make it so if they're not chatting, they don't appear, right? Because that's what I just did, because I got sick of seeing all the bots at the bottom. I want it to be where only people who are chatting after 20 minutes. Yeah, it's similar for me. So you have to have chatted within the last 20 minutes. Which isn't that... I mean, that's a long time, right? So that seems fair. Yeah, I would like the people who lurk for hours and hours to be represented, but it's just unrealistic, unfortunately. But yeah, this is getting close. I'm pretty stoked on it. It's getting close. It's like I wanted her to be older, but she doesn't want to be older. She wants to be a little kid. Where this girl, this is a woman. This one is a woman. Wait a second. Wait a second. I can't get these inputs to work. have to call this text. I just realized because that's what the way the code sets it up. Is it capitalized? Yeah, I don't know how the blacklisting works. I've never been able to get it to do things the way I want. Oh! I just realized something. I win. These freaking buttons don't work, gosh darn it. What did you do to my raid emoji? How did you do that? I can't get these to work. Hey, what's up, Tifas? Long time no see, buddy. How you been, man? How's the streaming going? Growing? Haven't really been into your channel as much as I might like. I've been really busy. Not so much watching the streamers. Well, the streaming is going. Have you been playing classic Diablo 2, Tifas? Original? And also... are you gonna play the remake when it comes out? Remaster, whatever it is, I don't know. I'll probably play it. Man, that sounds fun. Absolutely. Yeah, I'll play with you, dude. I don't know if I can keep up, but we'll see. If I can keep up, I'll play with you. Don't want to hold you back. Are you gonna go for server first? Are you gonna go for US West Mage again? I don't know, bro. Might be too old for that nonsense these days. Are you going to try be the first to max level? No, I know you are, man. Trust me, I know. I'm a fan. Can you do it again 30 years later, though? Or whatever, 25 years later. It's only 16 years ago? I feel like I was so old when it came out. Like I was already had like a job and moved out, but I guess not. Yeah, you never know. Blizz could mess it up. Oh, Diablo 2 is 1999. Yeah, okay, that sounds right. So 22 years ago. Yeah, so I was still living at home. Because in 2004, I was like a full-blown adult already. Let's go raid someone. I think the stuff I'm looking at, I can't really figure it out on stream. It's gonna be too distracting. Almost time for another cosplay. When is that gonna be? I'll tell my massive following to come by. The 13th? Oh wow. It's just around the corner, huh? Saturday, I'll be there, dude. Bizmaster, remind me. Please. If you're around. It's going okay. The Familia Part 2, I've kind of put out I've set up the Steam page, and I'm just kind of seeing how much interest there is. There was quite a bit of interest in Steam Familia Act 1, and I'm not sure it's like increased, to be honest with you. So far I have only gotten like, I don't know, here, I'll look at it right now. Let's look at it. I think I can show this page legally. But I'm kind of working on it, but there's also some other things I kind of want to get started, so I don't know, man. I think the Steam servers are like breaking. You know what I saw? Like I went to my website and all other people's websites too that have this. And the embed widgets are broken. I'm going to give it a day or so. See? It looks so ghetto. So I don't know, I think I haven't been able to log into my Steam account either, which has been kind of weird. So they better give me the money they owe me. They actually owe me some money. Yeah, my connection's fine. How do they fuck this stuff up, dude? Like... Crooks, yeah. Like, it's weird, bro. Like, look. Look at this. I'm trying to go to the Steamworks product data login. It doesn't work. That's kind of fishy. And then also all their embeds are broken. This is supposed to be like a Steam widget here. What's going on, Steam? It's not just me, too. I did try a different browser here. I'll show you. It's Steam. It's not me. Oh, wait. This is working. Hold on. Let me see if it works for my website. The widget doesn't work. It's asking me to give them a code. Give me a sec to answer you. Well, some people are buying it. Well, I've actually had a lot of sales in the last week. I haven't checked it in a bit. But I want to look at that wish list. And this I can show you. Nice elevator music. So people are actually adding it slowly. Here, let's do year to date. Okay, so if you look at the wish list for Familia, I have like almost, I had 1,000 before. Well, if I consider the sales with the 771, I have over 1,000. Because if you combine the wish list plus people who bought it, where Act 2, I still only have 12 wish lists. So in order to like motivate me to do more, typically you only sell like 10% of your wish list pool. So it's like I have 12. And even though my Steam page for Act 2 is not that awesome, I expected when I'm gonna do like a major update and a formal announcement of the release, but if I'm only looking at 2 wish lists for it, I'm gonna kind of be like, that's just like, should I really work on it? You know, if people don't want a wish list, I don't know, it's just kind of funky. So but yeah, I don't know. I'm figuring it out. So mad. I'm gonna. I wonder if you added an Easter egg with the chickens and talking to them too much. I actually didn't add the Easter egg for that. I probably should. I was gonna make it like this whole thing where there's like a guy in jail, and if you let him out, he comes back and attacks you. But that's kind of been something I think I've done too much. There's like too many times in Familia where you like get attacked randomly for no reason. It's not funny. And nobody ever even finds it. You know what I mean? I'm the only one who knows about it. So, but I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence. I'm gonna do a couple more things to promote the Act 2, and if it looks like people want it, I'm gonna deliver it. But if it looks like they don't, and wish lists are a good indication of that, I don't know. It might just, I'll probably do it eventually, but it'll just be a while, you know. Because I just want to do projects that people care about. I gotta go watch some Dapper Dino videos, so I'm just gonna be like spamming them. Really bothers me that my freaking widget doesn't work. Okay, let's see who's on. Any raid recommendations, guys? It could go Fanks, Crestine. How about No Pogo TV? Zelda 1 randomizer? Are you saying I should make a Zelda 1 randomizer? Or is somebody playing one? Is that what you're saying? No, the guy playing one? Yeah, let's go. Tell me his name. Shinigami 000110. Let's go. I'll hang out in here for a while. Thank you everybody for coming to the stream. I'll probably be doing a lot of Unity stuff for a while. So if that's what you're into, come by. Goodbye, everyone.
Hey, welcome in, Raiders. How's it going? Maui Game Studio. Thank you for the raid. My name is Shinigami. I play Zelda Randomizer, as you can see. Hey, what's up, T-Puts Revenge? Oh, it's your buddy Joseph. Nice. Thank you so much for coming in and showing some support. I am in the middle of a Z1RC that is mildly trolly, but I think I have this one figured out. Looking for a power bracelet, then I can be in go mode. That's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, this seed rolled with boomstick, so I'm happy about that. Looking for a floor drop. Looking for, well, that's what I was looking for, so we're out of here.